Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county of State, Tennessee. Date. It's Sunday morning, August 13th, 2023, and the time is 9:02 a.m. First, say thank you for my family, my support, for you continue to encourage support, continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area, continue to further my education, more college online, continue to pursue my social media, studying, being administrative, contracting, tomorrow. Spend time, take a break, and go to school in the very near future. I'm going to go back tomorrow, college online, continue to pursue my social media, studying, being administrative, contracting, tomorrow. Now, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis, in the county of State, Tennessee. Date is Sunday morning, August 13th, 2023. The time 9:03 a.m. First, say thank you to my family, my support for you, team, encourage support, continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area, continue to further my education, tomorrow college online, continue to pursue my certification, being administrative, contract, market, prayer time. Take a break and go to school in the very near future. I'm going to go back tomorrow college online, continue to pursue my social media, being administrative, contract, and market. Now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, anti-hazing. Also, St. Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, together with St. Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, they wrote a 5-volume book titled Adversus Heresies, translated meaning against heresy, refuting Gnosticism, proving that Gnosticism was a heresy, was and is a heresy. Also, St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festival letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, together with all the other bishops in the Catholic Church, they went around and collected all that Gnostic theologian writing and destroyed it. A person took some copies of that Gnostic theologian writing, wrapped it in some papyrus paper, and put it in a jar and buried it in Nagamite of Egypt. In 1945, the little farm boy was outside playing. And while he was outside playing, he found a Nagamite library, some leftover Gnostic writing that them Gnostic theologians had wrote that didn't get destroyed by St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops in the Catholic Church. The little boy gave what he found to his father, who was a farmer. And his father eventually gave what his son had found to the scholars at these colleges and universities around the world. The sororities and the fraternities, the sohos and the frat bitches. They be trying to use and misuse the Nagamite library to victimize innocent men, women, and children. Trying to destroy themselves and trying to destroy wildlife, nature, and the environment. Trying to hurt dogs and cats, kittens and puppies. Trying to destroy the North and South Pole. Also, St. Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panarian, Greek, Panarian, Latin, translated meaning breadbasket. The scholars at the colleges and universities have also said that St. Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is also Adversus Heresies, against heresies. esoteric, and exoteric. Esoteric, exoteric. Esoteric. You break it down to syllables. S O ter ick. Esoteric. Break it down to syllables. S O ter ick. Exoteric. Break it into syllables. X O ter ick. Exoteric. Break it down to syllables. X O ter ick. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. the almighty Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustler, the almighty Black Prince Stone, the almighty Black Disciple Poppin', the almighty Mickey Cole, Crack, the almighty Bluefin, Black Disciple, the Black Disciple, the Lord, Stone, Disciple, 7-Eleven, G Killer, Gangster Disciple Killer, Glazed Donut Killer, Goofy Killer, Vice Lord, CBL, Vice Lord, CBL, Vice Lord, CBL, OG. West side of Chicago, south side of Chicago, all sides of the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. Then you have all the surrounding states like Kentucky, Missouri, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, so on and so forth. And also the state of Michigan ain't that far away, as well as in other locations like here in the state of Tennessee, you got Vice Lord, Mississippi, Arkansas, so on and so forth, Alabama, Texas, Texas, so on and so forth. Even out there in California, the Black Princeton Bloods out there in California, in Los Angeles, California. And some of the Black Disciples and so on and so forth. Some of the Vice Lord. But on today's video, let me see what time. I still want to get my reading in. Okay. So that's where I stopped off at. Okay. I see where I left off. I got it wrote down where I left off at. But that's important. It's still important because all that mess, all that Western mystery tradition, all that Western esotericism, all that exotericism nonsense, and all that Gnosticism, gnosis, and all that, some made up lies. And so continue to do my reading, because a lot of that junk ain't number. It ain't number all lies anyway, and they try to, the people that go around doing that kind of stupid mess, they use violence to persuade other persons. They use violence. Okay, let me see here. Right, okay. And so now when it comes to the
The name of this book by Greek philosopher Plato. We're going to be looking at how to pronounce more interesting Greek names as well, so make sure to stay tuned and consider subscribing for more learning. There are two different ways of saying it, either Timaeus being closer to the original Greek pronunciation. Timaeus in English, however, it is often pronounced as Timaeus or Timaeus are both correct pronunciations. And now you know. Here are more videos on how to pronounce more interesting Greek names whose pronunciations aren't exactly always obvious. I'll see you there to learn more. Thanks for watching. One of his own books, the Timaeus.
And Aristotle holds his book, the Ethics.
And both of those books represent the contrast. Son of Timaeus, bar meaning son of Timaeus. And he was blind. Presumably because he was blind, he couldn't get a job. This fact was reported by Plato in his dialogue, the Timaeus.
It turns out that God does not exist. On Platonism, there may be a demiurge, such as is featured in Plato's.
Argues for rule by a philosopher king instead of democracy, and Timaeus, in which Socrates talks about the nature of
PronounceNames.com.
Timaeus.
Do we have the correct pronunciation of your name?
when families and friends get together to have a good time. Nothing.
Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus.
Timaeus or Timaeus. Timaeus or Timaeus. Timaeus or Timaeus. Timaeus or Timaeus. Timaeus or Timaeus. Timaeus or Timaeus. 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 Timaeus.
Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus.
Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus.
Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus. Timaeus.
Now, all that gnosis and demiurge, the Gnostics, they took the information from Plato and distorted it, lied about it. They distorted the information. Because what Plato said about the demiurge, that the demiurge was a good god and desired a world of good. The so-called Gnostics came behind Plato after Plato took the information and distorted it. The so-called Gnostics, they try to use violence as a method of persuasion. Now let's see. Okay. Now, to read the Holy Bible online, you can go to BibleStudyTools.com. They have all available versions of the Holy Bible. And you can also go to Bible Gateway. And BibleGateway.com has all the available versions of the Holy Bible. Now, the Common English Bible has the Apocrypha. The Dewey Reams 1899 American Edition has the Apocrypha. The Good News Translation has the Apocrypha. The New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition has the Apocrypha, and the Revised Standard Version also has the Apocrypha. And the Wycliffe Bible has the Apocrypha. Now I'm going to go to the Good News Translation of the Holy Bible. It has the Apocrypha. So let me put my ink pen in. Okay. Now, last time I read, I was reading the Good News Translation. I was reading from Sirach. I read chapter 33, verses 1 through 31. So today I'm going to read Sirach, chapter 34, verses 1 through 26. And verses 1 through 8 are titled, Dreams Mean Nothing. And it reads, Foolish people are deceived by vain hopes, and dreams get them all excited. A person who pays any attention to at all to dreams is like someone who tries to catch shadows or chase the wind. What you see in a dream is no more real than the reflection of your face in a mirror. What is unreal can no more produce something real than what is dirty can produce something clean. Dreams, divination, and omens are all nonsense. You see them only what you want to see. You see in them only what you want to see, unless the Most High has sent you the dream. Pay no attention to it. Dreams have misled many people. They put their faith in them only to be disappointed. The law is complete without such falsehood. Wisdom, as spoken by the righteous, is also complete without it. Now verses 9 through 12, title, Travel. A well-traveled person with wide experience knows many things and talks sense. You can't know much if you haven't experienced much, but travel can make you more clever. In my own travels, I have seen many things and learned more than I can put into words. I have been in danger of death many times, but I have always been able to escape by relying on past experience. Verses 13 through 17, title, Fear the Lord. Those who fear the Lord will live because they have put their trust in the one who can save them. Fear the Lord, and you will have nothing else to fear. If your trust is in him, you will never act like a coward. People who fear the Lord are fortunate because they know where they can look for help. The Lord watches over those who love him. He is their strong protection and firm support. He shelters them from the heat, shades them from the noonday sun, and keeps them from stumbling and falling. He makes them cheerful and puts a sparkle in their eyes. He blesses them with life and health. Verses 18 through 26. Title, Offering Sacrifices. If you offer as a sacrifice an animal that you have obtained dishonestly, it is defective and unacceptable. The Most High gets no pleasure from sacrifices made by ungodly people. No amount of sacrifice can make up for their sins. Anyone who steals an animal from the poor to offer as a sacrifice is like someone who kills a boy before his father's eyes. Food means life itself to poor people, and taking it away from them is murder. It is murder to deprive someone of his living or to cheat an employee of his wages. When one person builds and somebody else tears down, has anything been accomplished but hard work? When one person blesses and somebody else curses, which one is the Lord going to listen to? If you touch a dead body and then purify yourself by washing, but then go and touch it again, what good did the washing do? If you fast because of your sins and then go out and commit the same sins over again, what have you gained by going without food? Who do you think is going to listen to your prayers? So I just read verses 1 through 26. Sirach, chapter 34. And I was reading from the Good News translation. What I do? Clicked the wrong thing. All right. So now. So I'm continuing my reading. Okay, let me see. Now, you can go to this website, www.earlychristianwriting.com. And when you go to that page, you'll see the chronological order. So, click on Church Fathers. No, I mean, hold on. Yeah. Click over there to Church Fathers. And scroll down where you see Irenaeus of Lyons. And all 5 books Adversus Heresies, translated meaning against heresies, they are there. So I'm going to click over to book number 1, Adversus Heresies against heresies. Now, last time I read book number 1, I read chapter 29, verse 4. I read book number 2, chapter 31, verse 1. Book number 3, I've already finished. Book number 4, I read chapter 30, verse 4. And book number 5, I read chapter 33, verse 2. So today, book 1, I'm going to read chapter 30. Now, chapter 30. It's a lot of verses. It's like 15 verses. And chapter 30 is titled Doctrines of the Ophites and Scythians. So I'm going to read verse number 1. And it reads, others, again, portentously declare that there exists in the power of Bythus a certain primary light, blessed, incorruptible, and infinite. This is the Father of all, and is styled the first man. They also maintain that his Enoia, going forth from him, produced a son, and that this is the Son of Man, the second man. Below these, again, is the Holy Spirit. And under this superior spirit, the elements were separated from each other. Water, darkness, the abyss, chaos, above which they declare the Spirit was born, calling him the first woman. Afterwards, they maintain the first man with his son, delighting over the beauty of the Spirit, that is, of the woman, and shedding light upon her, begat by her an incorruptible light, the third male, whom they call Christ, the Son of the first and second man, and of the Holy Spirit, the first woman. So I just read verse number 1, chapter 30, titled Doctrines of the Ophites and Scythians. Book number 1, title, and verses heresies. Translate mean against heresies. So now I'm going to click over to book number 2. Book number 2, and verses heresies. Translate mean against heresies. So let me scroll down to chapter 32. Oh, 31. Right, 30, excuse me. Chapter 31. I read verse number 1, so verse number 2, 31. Chapter 31, excuse me. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, verse number 2, because there are 3 verses. 3 verses, yeah. Chapter 31, and there's only 3 verses, so I'm reading verse number 2. And chapter 31 is titled, Recapitulation and Application of the Foregoing Arguments. Verse number 2, moreover, though those also will be thus confuted, who belong to Simon and Carpocrates, and if there be any others who are said to perform miracles, who do not perform what they do either through the power of God or in connection with the truth, nor for the well-being of men, but for the sake of destroying and misleading mankind by means of magical deceptions, and with universal deceit, thus entailing greater harm than good on those who believe them, with respect to the point on which they lead them astray. For they can neither confer sight on the blind, nor hearing on the deaf, nor chase away all sorts of demons. None indeed, except those that are sent into others by themselves. If they can even do so much as this, nor can they cure the weak, or the lame, or the paralytic, or those who are distressed in any other part of the body, as has often been done in regard to bodily infinity. Nor can they furnish effective remedies for those external accidents which may occur. And so far are they from being able to raise the dead, as the Lord raised them, and the apostles did by means of prayer, and as has been frequently done in the brotherhood on account of some necessity, the entire church in their particular locality entreating the boon with much fasting and prayer. The spirit of the dead man has returned, and he has been bestowed in answer to the prayers of the saints, that they do not even believe this can be possibly be done, and hold that the resurrection from the dead is simply an acquaintance with that truth which they proclaim. Okay, I just read verse number 2 from chapter 31, titled Recapitulation and Application of the Foregoing Arguments. In book number 2, titled And Verses Heresies, translate me against heresy. And so, book number 3, I already finished. So, I'm going to click over to book number 4. Okay, book number 4. Last time I read chapter 30, verse number 4. Now, let me scroll down. Chapter 30. Okay, so verse number 4 was the last verse. So chapter 31. Chapter 31, verse number 1. Chapter 31, book number 4. And verses that raise against heresy. And like I said, I finished chapter 30. I read verse number 4. So now I'm on chapter 31, book number 4. And chapter 31 is titled, "We should not hastily impute as crimes to the men of old time those actions which the scripture has not condemned, but should rather seek in them types of things to come. An example of this in the incest committed by Lot." Now, and like I said, verse number 1. "When recounting certain matters of this kind respecting them of old time, the presbyter before mentioned was in the habit of instructing us and saying, with respect to those misdeeds for which the scriptures themselves blame the patriarchs and prophets, we ought not to invine against them, nor become like him who ridiculed the shame of his father, and so fell under a curse. But we should rather give thanks to God in their behalf, inasmuch as their sins have been forgiven them through the advent of our Lord. For he said that they gave thanks for us and glorified in our salvation. With respect to those actions, again, on which the scripture passed no censure, but which are simply set down as having occurred, we ought not to become the accusers of those who committed them, for we are not more exact than God, nor can we be superior to our master, but we should search for a type in them, for not one of those things which have been set down in scripture without being condemned is without significance. An example is found in the case of Lot, who led forth his daughters from Sodom, and these then conceived by their own father, and who left behind him within the confines of the land his wife, who remains a pillar of salt unto this day. For Lot, not acting under the impulse of his own will, nor at the prompting of carnal concupiscence, nor having any knowledge or thought of anything of the kind, did in fact work out a type of future events. As says the scripture, and that night the Ada went in and lay with her father, And Lot knew not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And the same thing took place in the case of the younger. And he knew not, it is said, when she slept with him, nor when she arose. Since, therefore, Lot knew not what he did, nor was a slave to lust in his actions, the arrangement designed by God was carried out, by which the two daughters, that is, the two churches, who gave birth to children begotten of one and the same father, were pointed out apart from the influence of the lust of the flesh. For there was no other person, as they supposed, who could impart to them quickening seed, and the means of their giving birth to children, as it is written. And the elder said unto the younger, and there is not a man on the earth to enter in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drunk with wine, and let us lie with him and raise up seed from our father. So I just read verse number 1 from chapter 31, titled, We should not hastily impute as crimes to the men of old time those actions which the scripture has not condemned, but should rather seek in them types of things to come. An example of this in the incest committed by Lot. And I just read book number 4, titled, and verses that heresies, translate mean against heresy. So now I'm going to read book number 5. Okay, book number 4. And then book number 5. I read chapter 33. Okay, let me scroll. Okay, I read book 33 last time, and I read verse number 2. So let me scroll down to 30. Okay. Go back up a little bit. 33. Okay. Book 33. Okay. Now, I read book 33. I read verse number 2. So today I'm going to read verse number 3. Because there are 4 verses. Chapter 33. Verse number 3. Verse number 3. Okay, verse number 3. In chapter 33, book number 5. Chapter 33. And I'm going to read verse number 3. And it's titled, chapter 33 is titled, Further Proofs of the Same Proposition, drawn from the promises made by Christ, when he declared that he would drink of the fruit of the vine with his disciples in his Father's kingdom, while at the same time he promised to reward them an 100-fold and to make them partake of banquets. The blessing pronounced by Jacob had pointed out this already, as Papias and the elders have interpreted. Like I said, I'll read verse number 3. Verse number 3. The blessing of Isaac, with which he blessed his younger son Jacob, has the same meaning when he says, Behold, the smell of my son is as the smell of a full field which the Lord has blessed. But the field is the world. And therefore he added, God give to thee of the dew of heaven and of the fatness of the earth, plenty of corn and wine, and let the nations serve thee, and kings bow down to thee, and be thy Lord over thy brother, and thy father's sons shall bow down to thee. Cursed shall be he who shall curse thee, and blessed shall be he who shall bless thee. If anyone then does not accept these things as referring to the appointed kingdom, he must fall into much contradiction and contrariety, as is the case with the Jews, who are involved in absolute perplexity. For not only did not the nations in this life serve this Jacob, but even after he had received the blessing, he himself going forth from his home served his uncle Laban the Syrian for 20 years. And not only was he not made Lord of his brother, but he did himself bow down before his brother Esau upon his return from Mesopotamia to his father, and offered many gifts to him. Moreover, in what way did he inherit much corn and wine here? He who immigrated to Egypt because of the famine which possessed the land in which he was dwelling, and became subject to Pharaoh, who was then ruling over Egypt. The predicted blessing, therefore, belongs unquestionably to the times of the kingdom, when the righteous shall bear rule upon their rising from the dead, when also the creation, having been renovated and set free, shall fructify with an abundance of all kinds of food from the dew of heaven and from the fertility of the earth, as the elders who saw John, the disciple of the Lord, related that they had heard him how the Lord used to teach in regard to these times, and say, the days will come in which vines shall grow, each having 10,000 branches, and in each branch 10,000 twigs, and in each true twig 10,000 shoots, and in each one of the shoots 10,000 dusters, and on every one of the clusters 10,000 grapes, and every grape, when pressed, will give 5 and 20 metrics of wine. And when any one of the saints shall lay hold of a cluster, another shall cry out, I am a better cluster, take me, bless the Lord through me. In like manner, the Lord declared that a grain of wheat would produce 10,000 ears, and that every ear should have 10,000 grains, and every grain would yield 10 pounds of clear, pure, fine flour, and that all other fruit-bearing trees and seeds and grass would produce in similar proportions, and that all animals feeding only on the productions of the earth should in those days become peaceful and harmonious among each other, and be in perfect subjection to man. So I just read verse number 3 from chapter 33, titled, Further Proofs of the Same Proposition, drawn from the promises made by Christ, when he declared that he would drink of the fruit of the vine with his disciples in his Father's kingdom, while at the same time he promised to reward them an hundredfold and to make them partake of banquets. The blessing pronounced by Jacob had pointed out this already, as Papias and the elders have interpreted. And I just read from book number 5, titled, Adversus Heresies, Against Heresies. Okay, I'm going to continue my reading. The Shepherd of Hermas. Like I said, I'm going to continue my reading. The Shepherd of Hermas. So like I said, I'm on the same website, www.earlychristian.com, earlychristianwritings.com, excuse me. And we clicking over to the Shepherd of Hermas. And I'm going to be reading from the Robert Donaldson English translation. Okay, let me see. First book, second book, third book. Okay, third book, similitudes. First similitude, second similitude, third, fourth, fifth. Okay, the sixth similitude. Chapter 4. Okay. Okay, chapter 5. Chapter 5. And so, on the sixth similitude, there are 5 chapters. I read chapter 4 the last time, so I'm going to read chapter 5, which is the last chapter on the sixth similitude. So the sixth similitude is titled. The sixth similitude is titled, Of the 2 classes of voluptuous men, and of their death, falling away, and the duration of their punishment. Chapter 5. Still, I said, I do not quite understand about the time of deceit and luxury and torture. Explain it to me more clearly. He answered and said to me, Your folly is persistent, and you do not wish to purify your heart and serve God. Have a care, he added, lest the time be fulfilled and you be found foolish. Hear now, he added, as you desire, that you may understand these things. He who indulges in luxury and is deceived for one day, and who does what he wishes, is clothed with much foolishness, and does not understand the act which he does until the morrow. For he forgets what he did the day before. For luxury and deceit have no memories, on account of the folly with which they are clothed. But when punishment and torture cleave to a man for one day, he is punished and tortured for a year. For punishment and torture have powerful memories. While tortured and punished, therefore, for a whole year, he remembers at last his luxury and deceit, and knows that in their account he suffers evil. Every man, therefore, who is luxurious and deceived is thus tormented, because although having life, they have given themselves over to death. What kinds of luxury, sir, I ask, are hurtful? Every act of a man which he performs with pleasure, he replied, is an act of luxury. For the sharp-tempered man, when gratifying his tendency, indulges in luxury, and the adulterer, and the drunkard, and the backbiter, and the liar, and the covetous man, and the thief, And he who does things like these gratifies his peculiar propensity, and in so doing, indulges in luxury. All these acts of luxury are hurtful to the service of God. On account of these deceits, therefore, do they suffer, who are punished and tortured. And there are also acts of luxury which save men. For many who do good indulge in luxury, being carried away by their own pleasure. This luxury, however, is beneficial to the servants of God and gains life for such a man. But the injurious acts of luxury before enumerated bring tortures and punishment upon them. And if they continue in them and do not repent, they bring death upon themselves. So I just read the sixth. I just read chapter 5 from the sixth similitude title of the two classes of voluptuous men and of their death falling away and the duration of their punishment. From book number 3, titled Similitudes. And I just read from the book, The Shepherd of Hermas. And I read from the Roberts Donaldson English translation. And I'm still on the same website, www.earlychristianwritings.com. And now I'm going to continue my reading, and I'm going to go to Saint Ignatius of Antioch. I'm going to be clicking over to Saint Ignatius of Antioch. Right, matter of fact, it's right up under the Shepherd of Hermas. We're still on church fathers. So go to Saint Ignatius of Antioch. And then when you go there, let me see, Saint Ignatius of Antioch to the Smyrnaeans. Okay, let me see, 1, 2, okay. Robert Donaldson English translation. Robert Donaldson English translation. Okay, we have the shorter and longer versions. The Epistle of Ignatius to the Smyrnaeans. And so you have the shorter and the longer version. Chapter 1. Let me see. Last time I read chapter 7. So let me scroll. Okay, so I'm going to be on chapter 8. The long version. Chapter 8, long version. Okay. Okay. Like I said, I'm reading from chapter 8. And chapter 8 is titled, Let Nothing Be Done Without the Bishop. And I'm reading the long version. The long version is the one that the shorter versions come first, then the long version comes second. So I'm reading the long version. And it reads, See that ye all follow the bishop, even as Christ Jesus does the Father, and the presbytery as ye would the apostles. Do ye also reverence the deacons, as those that carry out through their office the appointment of God. Let no man do anything connected with the church without the bishop. Let that be deemed a proper Eucharist, which is administered either by the bishop or by one to whom he has entrusted it. Wherefore the bishop shall appear. There let the multitude of the people also be, even as where Christ is, there does all the heavenly host stand by, waiting upon him as the chief captain of the Lord's might, and the governor of every intelligent nature. It is not lawful without the bishop either to baptize, or to offer, or to present sacrifice, or to celebrate a love feast, but that which seems good to him is also well pleasing to God, that everything ye do may be secure and valid. So I just read the long version of chapter 8 titled, Let Nothing Be Done Without the Bishop. And I just read St. Ignatius' epistle to the Smyrnaeans. So let me click back over. And I was reading from the Robert Donaldson English translation. Okay, Ignatius Polycarp. Yep. Okay. 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 So what I'm gonna read. Okay, I finished that epistle. Saint Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna, the epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. I finished that. So what I'm gonna read, I'm gonna start on now is the martyrdom of Polycarp. So like I said, I finished Saint Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna, the epistle of Polycarp to the Philippians. I finished that. So I'm gonna read the martyrdom of Polycarp, and this is the Robert Donaldson English translation. The martyrdom of Polycarp, the encyclical epistle of the church at Smyrna concerning the martyrdom of Saint Polycarp. The church of God which sojourns at Smyrna, to the church of God sojourning in Philomelium, and to all the congregations of the Holy and Catholic Church in every place, mercy, peace, and love from God the Father and our Lord Jesus Christ be multiplied. Chapter 1. Subject of which we write. We have written to you, brethren, as to what relates to the martyrs, and especially to the blessed Polycarp, who put an end to the persecution, having as it were set a seal upon it by his martyrdom. For almost all the events that happened previously to this one took place that the Lord might show us from above a martyrdom becoming the gospel. For he waited to be delivered up, even as the Lord had done, that we also might become his followers, while we look not merely at what concerns ourselves, but have regard also to our neighbors. For it is the part of a true and well-founded love, not only to wish oneself to be saved, but also all the brethren. So I just read chapter 1 from the martyrdom of Polycarp, the Robert Donaldson English translation. So let me click. All right. So, I'm going to continue my reading. Saint Justin Martyr. Fragments of the lost works of Justin of the Resurrection. And last time I read chapter 8. So I'm going to be reading chapter 9. It's only 10 chapters. So after I read chapter 9, it'll be chapter 10. It'll be the last chapter. So I'm on chapter 9. And chapter 9 is titled, The Resurrection of Christ Proves that the Body Rises. And it reads, If he had no need of the flesh, why did he heal it? And what is most forcible of all, he raised the dead. Why? Was it not to show what the resurrection should be? How then did he raise the dead? Their souls or their bodies? Manifestly both. If the resurrection were only spiritual, it was requisite that he, in raising the dead, should show the body lying apart by itself, and the soul living apart by itself. But now he did not do so, but raised the body, confirming in it the promise of life. Why did he rise in the flesh in which he suffered, unless to show the resurrection of the flesh? And wishing to confirm this, when his disciples did not know whether to believe he had truly risen in the body, and were looking upon him and doubting, he said to them, Ye have not yet faith. See that it is I. And he let them handle him, and showed them the prints of the nails in his hands. And when they were by every kind of proof persuaded that it was himself and in the body, they asked him to eat with them, that they might thus still more accurately ascertain that he had in verity risen bodily. And he did eat honey, comb, and fish. And when he had thus shown them that there is truly a resurrection of the flesh, wishing to show them this also, that it is not impossible for flesh to ascend into heaven, as he has said that our dwelling place is in heaven. He was taken up into heaven while they beheld, as he was in the flesh. If therefore, after all that has been said, anyone demand demonstration of the resurrection, he is in no respect different from the Sadducees, since the resurrection of the flesh is the power of God, and being above all reasoning, is established by faith and seen in works. So I just read chapter 9 titled, The Resurrection of Christ Proves That the Body Rises. And I just read fragments of the lost work of Justin on the resurrection, St. Justin Martyr. And I was reading from the Roberts Donaldson English translation. Okay. I'm going to continue my reading. Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria. His 39th Festal Easter letter. I'll be reading from ntcanon.org. The development of the canon of the New Testament. Athanasius of Alexandria, born 293 Common Era Alexandria, died May 2nd, 373 Common Era Alexandria. Saint Athanasius, theologian, ecclesiastical statesman, and Egyptian national leader, was the chief defender of Christian orthodoxy in the 4th century battle against Arianism, the heresy that the Son of God was a creature of light, but not of the same substance as God the Father. Athanasius attended the Council of Nicaea 325 and shortly thereafter became Bishop of Alexandria in 328. For the rest of his life, he was engaged in theological and political struggle with the emperor and with Arian churchmen. Being banished from Alexandria several times, he wrote many important works, including his major theological treatise, The Life of St. Anthony, and 4 orations against the Arians, and a number of letters on theological, pastoral, and administrative topics. A Catholic Encyclopedia article is online at St. Athanasius. A clear acknowledgement of the New Testament canon of 27 books appears in the 39th Festal letter of Athanasius. Here, the threefold division of origin, or Eusebius, is abandoned as springs of salvation. There are only the 27 writings in which the doctrine of piety is proclaimed. Over against them are set the Apocrypha, fabricated by the heretics, only the Didact and Shepherd of Hermas. Besides, a few Old Testament Apocrypha are permitted for reading by those newly received into the church, since the fathers have so appointed, but these writings are not canonical. We may, however, infer from the concession that the 2 writings mentioned still enjoy very great esteem. For a visual summary of Athanasius' opinions, see the cross-reference table. There is no question that the emphasis on the exclusiveness and finality of the canon is closely connected with Athanasius' total theological conception, anti-heretical and Bible-related, over and above that it has to be observed that precisely in the years after 362, his concern was directed toward the unity of the Orthodox Church, and hence that for him a uniform canon was also a necessity. It is important that Athanasius turns sharply against all Apocrypha, so that the lines are drawn as sharply as possible between canonical and apocryphal writings, whatever they may be in terms of their origin, their content, or their age. The Apocrypha are downgraded as heretical and therefore excluded from any ecclesiastical use. We cannot establish what effect Athanasius' letter had outside of Egypt. We may conjecture that it advanced the recognition of the 7 Catholic epistles in the East, but it could not remove the opposition to the revelation of John. This book only achieved its firm place in the canon of the Greek Church in the 10th century. The 39th Festal letter of Athanasius, 367 Common Era. It was an ancient custom for the Bishop of Alexandria to write, if possible every year soon after Epiphany, a so-called festal epistle to the Egyptian churches and monasteries under his authority, in which he informed them of the date of Easter in the beginning of the Lenten fast. By fixing the date of Easter, this yearly epistle fixed also the dates of all Christian festivals of the year in view of the reputation of Alexandrian scholars who were devoted to astronomical calculation. It is not surprising that other parts of Christendom should eventually come to rely on the Egyptian church for information concerning the date of Easter, made available to the Western church through the Bishop of Rome and to the Syrian church through the Bishop of Antioch. From Athanasius' 39th Festal letter in the year 367. Since, however, we have spoken of the heretics is dead, but of ourselves as possessors of the divine writings unto salvation. And since I am afraid that, as Paul has written to the Corinthians, 2 Corinthians 11, chapter 3rd verse, some guileless persons may be led astray from their purity and holiness by the craftiness of certain men, and begin thereafter to pay attention to other books, the so-called apocryphal writings, being deceived by their possession of the same names as the genuine books. I therefore exhort you to patience when, out of regard to the church in need and benefit, I mention in my letter matters with which you are acquainted. It being my intention to mention these matters, I shall, for the commendation of my venture, follow the example of the evangelist Luke and say, Luke 1, chapter 1, verses 1 through 4, since some have taken in hand to set in order for themselves the so-called Apocrypha, and to mingle them with the God-inspired scripture, concerning which we have attained to a sure persuasion, according to what the original eyewitness and ministers of the word had delivered unto our fathers. I also, having been urged by true brethren, and having investigated the matter from the beginning, had decided to set forth in order the writings that have been put in the canon, that have been handed down and confirmed as divine, in order that everyone who has been led astray may condemn his seducer, and that everyone who has remained stainless may rejoice, being again reminded of that. Athanasius now in the first place enumerates the scriptures of the Old Testament. He then proceeds, continuing, I must without hesitation mention the scriptures of the New Testament. They are the following: the four Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. After them, the Acts of the Apostles, and the seven so-called Catholic epistles of the Apostles, namely one of James, two of Peter, then three of John, and after these one of Jude. In addition, there are 14 epistles of the Apostle Paul written in the following order: the first to the Romans, then two to the Corinthians, and then after these the one to the Galatians, following it the one to the Ephesians, thereafter the one to the Philippians, and the one to the Colossians, and two to the Thessalonians, and the epistle to the Hebrews, then immediately two to Timothy, one to Titus, and last the one to Philemon, yet further the revelation of John. These are the springs of salvation, in order that he who is thirsty may fully refresh himself with the words contained in them. In them alone is the doctrine of piety proclaimed. Let no one add anything to them or take anything away from them. But for the sake of greater accuracy, I add, being constrained to write, that there are also other books besides these, which have not indeed been put in the canon, but have been appointed by the Father as reading matter for those who have just come forward and wish to be instructed in the doctrine of piety: the wisdom of Solomon, the wisdom of Sirach, Esther, Judah, Tobias, the so-called teaching, Didac, of the apostles, and the shepherd. And although beloved, the former are in the canon, and the latter serve as reading matter, yet mention is nowhere made of the apocrypha. Rather, they are a fabrication of the heretics, who write them down when it pleases them, and generously assign to them an early date of composition, in order that they may be able to draw upon them in supposedly ancient writing, and having them occasion to deceive the guileless. Now, I just read the development of the canon of the New Testament, the 39th festal Easter letter of St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria. And I was reading from this website, ntcanon.org/Athanasius. Excuse me. Okay, I see. Okay, and it goes all the way. This is one of the longest ones. It goes from part 64. They go from 1-1 all the way to 7-3. Not 7-9. 72. It's very long. And it went from 72. From 1-1. It goes all the way from 1-1 to 72-9. So this is a very long one. Let me refer back. Yeah, that's what it is. But okay, so let me scroll back up. Now I read last time I read from 6-1 through 7-4. Okay, 7-4. So let me see. 8-1 through. Okay. Eight one. Okay. 64. Part 64. Part 64. Eight one through 11-4. Okay, so I'm gonna be reading 8-1, the number 8-1 through 11-4, and this is the so far the excerpt from Origin. And it reads, and first I need to discuss the term originated God with this braggart, with his illusory wisdom, this searcher out of the unsearchable and exhibitor of the heavenly realms, who, as a greater man than I had said, has filled the world with nonsense. And anyone can see that there are many equivalents and synonyms. If the term were used by someone else, one might say that this too had been said with right intent. But since I have found in many instances that Origin wrongly distinguishes between the only begotten God and the Father's Godhead in essence, and the same with the Holy Spirit, it is plain that by saying originated God, he is pronouncing him a creature. For though some would like to outwit me and say that originated is the same thing as begotten, this is not admissible. The latter may be said only of God, but the former may not be said of God, but only of creatures. Originated is one thing, begotten another. Now, as to origin statement that God is created or originated, let me ask first, how was the person created whom, by this expression of yours, you honor as God? And if he is created, how can he be worshipped? Set aside the holy apostle's censure of those who make gods of created things, grant that a creature can be worshipped as God by the principles of the godly faith, which worship the creator, not the creature. Then it will be reasonable for you to derive your erroneous argument from the piety of the fathers. But you can certainly not prove this. And even if you ventured to steal it from somewhere and distort it, even so you God-struck simpleton, you cannot change the good sense of the godly into judgment as poor as this. Both your intent and your argument are against you. As I said, no created thing is worthy of worship. But if it is worthy of worship at all, then since there are many other created things, it will make no difference to us if we worship them all along with the one creature. They are its fellow servants and in the same category. But let us see by the four gospels through which the divine word, when he came, revealed our whole salvation, whether Christ has ever said, God created me, or my Father created me. And let us see whether the Father declared in any of the Gospels, I have created the Son and sent him to you. But enough of this for now. As to proof texts, I have often cited them at length against people who introduce the notion of the Son's creaturehood. Even here, however, it would do no harm to show the ease with which the term can be refuted and ask the would-be sage, Mister, how can he be a creature when he says, I am in the Father and the Father in me, and we two are one? How can he be different from the Father when he has equal honor? For no man knoweth the Son save the Father, nor the Father save the Son. And he that hath seen me hath seen the Father. And in turn, resuming the thread, I am likewise going to speak of all his doubts about resurrection, again from his own words, and let me make the whole of his opinion plain and reveal the infidelity of his doctrinal position from one passage. For even though he has often spoken at length of this and talked somewhat about it in many books, I shall still offer the refutation from the argument he gives in the first psalm against the sure hope of us who believe in the resurrection. It is as follows. He says, therefore, the ungodly shall not arise in the judgment. Next, in his unusual manner of parading the virgins, likewise, Theodotion, Aquila, and Symmachus. Then he scornfully attacks the sons of the truth. Thus the simpler believers suppose that the ungodly do not attain the resurrection and are not held worthy of the divine judgment. But they have no way of explaining what they suppose the resurrection is and what sort of judgment they imagine. For even if they think they are expressing their opinion of these matters, examination will show that they cannot defend the consequences of their beliefs, having no grasp of the nature of resurrection and judgment. Thus, if we ask them what it is a resurrection of, They reply, of the bodies we have now. If we then ask further whether or not there is a resurrection of our whole being before we examine them, they say, of our whole being. But if, allowing for the naivete of those who do not even understand the mutability of nature, we raise further questions and inquire whether all the blood that has been lost and bleeding will rise with our bodies, and all the flesh that has wasted away in illness, and all the hair we have ever had, or only the hair we had at the last towards our end. They are distressed and sometimes take offense at the question, since they believe we must allow God to deal with these things as He wills. But sometimes, since they believe that our hair at the end of this life goes down to the grave with the body, they say that it would arise with it. The better of them, however, to avoid having to take account of the blood which has flowed from our bodies on many occasions, and the flesh which changes to sweat or something else in illness, say that it is our body at the end that rises. These are the would-be sages' trifling objections to the truth. I have been obliged to quote them as proof for those who wish to know the full sense of his disbelief in the resurrection. Indeed, he makes many other silly remarks in the course of the psalm, one after another. For he says, therefore, the ungodly shall not arise in the judgment. From here on, he attacks those who declare the certainty of the resurrection and who believe in the sure hope of the resurrection of the dead, for their naivete, and by adducing many weak points, inculcating a sophisticated opinion, and presenting no reliable argument but any old thing drawn from logic for the ruin of his followers. He tried to overthrow the confession of our true hope in the resurrection by referring to the accidents of our nature. But given my limited ability, I wouldn't dare hope to improve on those who have done good work already, and reply with full justice to all the rhetorical villainy Origin has thought of. I believe I may rest content with their blessed Methodius remarks against Origin with reference to the matter of the resurrection. I shall present these here, word for word. Methodius' words as he composed them are as follows. So I just read 8:1 through 11:4, and I just read part 64, which is 1:1 through 72 through 9. So it's quite long. It's quite long. And so I was reading from the Panoreum, Greek Panoreum, Latin, translated me in breadbasket. I read from book 2, the first section of book 2. And again, I read from section number 4, which is part 64. And it's against Origin, also called Animations. Now this is the Internet Archive, the PDF. This is book number 2. want to make sure that when I leave my video, the things that are most important. Very important is the Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, all Catholic churches. There's only one church. Only one. The one and only church that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God, established. Only one. Irregardless of differences, it's only one Catholic church. Only one. And the Catholic Church is the church. Now, just to reiterate, time is, yeah. The Vice Lord Nation is one of the largest gangs in the United States, with chapters in every state in the nation, almost every city and town in this country. The Vice Lord Nation has grown so powerful because of the goals the nation has tried to accomplish over time. Many think it is all about drugs and money, but the real cause for the nation is not about drugs and money, or not even about violence, but this is the behavior that ought to result from membership. But the nation itself does not condone violence and criminal activity. There was a time in history where our country had faith in the vice lords and even offered assistance. As a result, something positive and marvelous developed from it that helped West Side youths live better lives. The vice lord were positive for the North London Lawndale community and had a very positive impact on the youth during this time period. What needs to be understood is there was barely any opportunity for black youth on the west side of Chicago, and there was often only one way to go. Many say the Vice Lord had ordered that date all the way back to the 1940s. However, this does not mean any part of the nation was founded back in the 40s. It just means that members of older gang ended up flipping the Vice Lord in later years, and that many of the goals of the older gang intertwined with the development of the Almighty Vice Lord nation. The oldest significant black street gangs in Chicago were the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheepers. They date back to deep into the early 20th century, before the year 1927, on the south side of Chicago. These two gangs often acted syndicate and fought against other black gangs or even white gangs. In the early 1940s, Sheets and Shebas had migrated to the Maxwell Street Market area of the near West Side neighborhood to assist newly arrived black Southerners facing terrible discrimination as they settled along Halstead Street. All right, let me scroll a little bit here. All right, let me see this. Beginning in the very early 1940s, new surge of black migration came to Chicago as the war industry opened up several jobs for Americans. In the southern United States, jobs were a lot scarcer for black families, and many were still living in extreme poverty without many essentials like plumbing, adequate housing, or even clean water to drink at times. Everywhere in the United States, there was racism and hatred toward blacks, but in the South, it was much more obvious. There were actual laws that explicitly commanded that blacks should remain segregated. Employees could legally discriminate against hiring blacks, and many Jim Crow laws even forbid blacks from owning their own property. This forced many blacks to work in jobs that whites didn't want because of the very low pay and harsh working conditions. Blacks also often had to rent from slumlords that legally could neglect property and leave living conditions in shambles. There was not much representation for the black community in these years, but there was plenty of representation for the white Southerners in favor of these harsh treatments, including the Ku Klux Klan that often roamed through shanty towns that blacks lived in and enforced these Jim Crow laws harshly. Blacks had been migrating from the South to Chicago since the 1860s, but there was not much of a call for blacks to take the risk and travel up to Chicago until the Chicago Defender newspaper began sending issues of their paper down south, informing black families about the success that some black families experienced after moving. The paper began circulation in 1916 and sparked the third wave of black migration, which also became the first big wave as families got settled and some reported a better life in the 1920s. It brought more families until a lull happened in the 1930s during the Great Depression. I don't know the whole story, but eventually members of the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheepers created the Imperial Chapters in 14th Street Clover along Halstead Street by the late 1940s or early 1950s. In 1951, the Clovers and Chaplains migrated to North Lawndale, but were not big-time gang-banging groups until 1954 when the North Lawndale and near West Side neighborhoods began to set off with several fist-fighting gangs and territory were now being set. But these gangs would take over these neighborhoods as the big outfits in the community as the Sheets and Shebas ended. North Lawndale was a neighborhood that became conquered by predatory slumlords in 1955 after they purchased the vast majority of rental property. Mo M. Foreman, Al Berlin, Joseph Burt, Lou Wolf, and Gilbert Bailin became the most notorious of slumlords, renting below substandard property to impoverished southern black families without maintaining the buildings. Impoverished families had no choice but to live in these conditions because they couldn't afford anywhere else to go. And other mostly white neighborhoods were hostile toward black families even after the covenants were lifted. North Lawndale rapidly declined and many businesses closed and buildings became deteriorated. In the mid-1950s, crime began to run rampant as criminals from outside the neighborhood drifted in and wreaked havoc or committed hate crimes. Families were stuffed into slum buildings in substandard conditions, and there was no centralized heat, and families needed to gather near antique wood burning stoves in the middle of the living room. The neighborhood lacked parks and recreation, leaving many black youths facing boredom, poverty, and frustration. Youths began to gather in numbers and occupy their time by harassing each other and starting fights just for fun. Pre-existing youth clubs in the community soon converted into street gangs like Imperial Chaplains and Clovers, while many new gangs were forming that were of a more violent breed than the original Clovers and Chaplains. One such gang was the Egyptian Cobras. They came to North Lawndale from Maxwell Street Market area in 1955. Starting out the year 1957, the gangs of North Lawndale and the near west side reached a new level of violence as gangs now began beating each other with weapons, stabbing each other with knives, or even shooting each other with guns. The gangs had now reached a new level of ferocity. By the year 1957, the Clovers were the dominating gang in the North Lawndale, with the Egyptian Cobra quickly growing just behind them. The Clovers was said to be one of the toughest gangs out there, and at the time they also ruled the Maxwell Street Market streets on Halstead. The Clover toughness and dominance caught the attention of the Chicago police in March 1957 when the police began their massive crackdown on black Chicago street gangs on the west side, mainly Clovers and Egyptian Cobras. Fillmore District Captain Thomas J. O'Donnell ordered a sweep of black gangs in the Lawndale area, and it ended up being a haphazard and violent process where young black youth were beaten badly and incarcerated. Many cops would burn kids with cigarettes and whip them with belts or punch them in the face. This all led to James Halsell affair in May of 1957, where James Halsell, a Clover, was charged with very minor misdemeanors, yet he was beaten savagely with belts for 6 hours. This sparked an investigation from the American Civil Liberty Union Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Executive Board of the Chicago Youth Center, a citywide gang outreach organization. Despite the investigation, the police sweeps continued until into 1950, and several black youth were arrested and many were sent to juvenile facility. During the sweeps of 1957 to 1958, 15-year-old youth by the name of Edwin Pepperlo Perry and his group, the Phantom Burglars, were arrested for burglary and brought to the Illinois Youth Center, St. Charles Reformatory in St. Charles, Illinois. 1957, when Pepperlo was 14 years old, he left home and began living on his own, involved in a life of crime, mainly burglary. Pepperlo wanted to become a member of one of the larger outfits at the time, the Imperial Chapter, but when he visited their lair to speak to Big John, the leader of the chapter, Big John said, "We don't want no punk motherfuckers in the organization." It is a mystery why Big John wouldn't let him in, since Pep was 6 feet 1 and 190 pounds, fast on his feet and with his hands. One thing for sure, Big John made a big mistake not letting Pep in, because of course, if it wasn't for this chain of events, we wouldn't have the Vice Lord today. Source: The Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Pep was assigned to stay at the Hardin Cottage at the reformatory, and he found out his friend from the neighborhood, Leonard Kyle Calloway, was staying in the reformatory as well. Pep had already gained a reputation as a hell of a boxer and exhibited leadership quality. He also was known for getting new guys in line coming into the facility. Pep somehow arranged for Kyle to be transferred to his cottage, and the boys came together at Hardin. Calloway was a member of the Imperial Chapter and was Pep's sponsor to gain membership into the chapter. But of course, that didn't go as planned. Back in 1957. Now in 1958, the two were in Hardin Cottage together and decided to click up. They also clicked up with Ernest Wren, who was also in the Imperial Chapter. The boys got together with Toho, Ralph Bond, Maurice Miller, and one other that I don't know of. As far as I know, only Kyle and Wren were in gangs already. Pep assembled this group of 7 into their own organization, geared at organizing their work details and pulling strings to get jobs that they favored. The jobs they worked were very important in the institution. And this caused these 7 boys to end up running the whole Illinois Youth Center. And since they worked jobs that were assigned by the institute, the staff didn't pay any mind or understand the Vice Lord and let them carry on. The Vice Lord controlled the institute by taking on the number 1 and 2 roles in the butcher area, the kitchen, and the linen area, essentially making them control the food and clothes in those sections and deciding who does certain work duties in their section and who is to be cast out. Source: The Nation of Lord, the autobiography of Vice Lord, 2nd edition. The 7 boys didn't have a name in the very beginning, but Pep decided he wanted to have a name, especially since the boys were already running an important job there. Besides the relation between Kyle and Pep, the boys were all strangers to each other until Pep came into the reformatory, but now they would become a group. The boys had meetings twice a week, and in one of those meetings, they decided on a name. From the glory stories of gangbanging from Kyle and Wren, Pep wanted this club to be a gang once they all returned to the street. Maurice Miller thought this was just going to be a social club and came up with the idea of conservative lads. But Pep wanted a different last name, but decided to keep the conservative part of the name. The Vice Lord name was created by Pep after he looked up in the dictionary that vice meant to have a tight grip on something and not let go. Then, of course, they would be lad lords. The idea from Wren and Kyle was to be called Imperial Vice Lord, to pay tribute to the gang that each of them belonged to, and that Pep had previously worked hard to join up with, but now Pep had a vendetta against Big John and the chaplains and wanted nothing to do with them. So Conservative Vice Lord was the chosen name. Within a short time, they realized that the conservative part of the name didn't make sense for them, and they also knew many guys on the street wouldn't know what conservative even meant, let alone pronounce the word, so they just went with Vice Lord. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Maurice Miller was the first one to get out of the reformatory, and the deal was He was supposed to be the first one to spread the word about the vice lord to the streets in exchange for having the conservative part of the name. And he was the first one to inform the streets about the vice lord. However, the nation was not really put out there yet until all the boys got out by the autumn of 1958. In the year 1962 and 1963, as the Vice Lord abandoned their syndicate operation after Glenn Mile was clear, older members spent much of their time in bars drinking a lot while young members ran the streets, small town hustling and gangbanging. During this time, while the Vice Lord was starting to slip a little and only focus on the Jim Crow, a Vice Lord named Eugene Brown broke off and formed his own gang called the Roman Saints. The Saints became very popular, but the Vice Lord were always tougher, causing the Saints to team up with the Cobras. But it didn't do the Saints much good, as the Vice Lords still had their number. Source, a nation of Lord the autobiography of the Vice Lord, second edition. And you know, that all it is that Nagma Labir. He don't know what he's talking about. That guy, he ain't know what he's talking about. Let's see. In the year 1964, the Vice Lord began to go through changes. The organization now numbered in the thousands, and it was now impossible for Pip and the top leaders to control the whole organization. This is when Pip stepped down as the active leader at age 21 to spend more time with his family. He was still acting as a behind-the-scenes leader, but he was not the main man anymore. It was decided one night in the pool room that 29-year-old Alfonso Alpha would take over the role. Alpha joined the Vice Lord very late in life, not joining until he moved to Chicago from another state in 1962. At age 27, now at the age 29, he will become the new leader. The Vice Lord looked up to Alpha as he was charismatic, tough, and quick-tempered. Alpha would do activities with the Lords, taking them places, spending money on them. He took them on field trips and even helped young Lords get jobs and make a little money. Source, A Nation of Lord. The autobiography of the Vice Lord, second edition. In 1964, Vice Lord began hanging out on the south side of the city with the Blackstone Rangers. And the two organizations formed a tight alliance. Ranger founders Jeff Ford and Eugene Harrison were related to Vice Lord leaders Leonard Calloway and Bobby Gore. So this is what got them acquainted to begin with. But now Vice Lord was making more of a presence out there and helped the Rangers as much as they could. Source, A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of Vice Lord, second edition. In 1964, as I stated earlier, the Vice Lord was so large it became impossible for even great leaders like Alfonso Alva or Edwin Perry to directly lead all these young lords all over the West Side. For the first year from 1958 to 1964, the Vice Lord didn't really claim certain territory. They simply moved about the West Side and terrorized any other gangs away from trying to establish certain territory. It was finally in 1964 that the conservative Vice Lord established a set piece of territory at the intersection of 16th Street in Lawndale in North Lawndale neighborhood. This became their headquarters. This was, of course, only the headquarters of the conservative Vice Lord, but not the whole Vice Lord Nation, as now the Vice Lord Nation was divided into different factions. Starting in 1964, Ugly Frank started the Traveler Vice Lord branch. Billy Washington started the Congress Vice Lord. Cupid, Dino, Shane, and Bollock created the Warlords. Another group was the Renegade Vice Lord and City Vice Lords of 16th Street. There were the Ketzai, Albany Terrible Vice Lord, Cernak Vice Lord, Conservative Village Vice Lord on Pulaski Road, Seven Crown Syndicate Vice Lord located in K-Town, Cicero Vice Lord of Cicero Avenue, but not until 1968, Independence Vice Lord, Lake Street Vice Lord, Madison Vice Lord, Chocolate Corner Vice Lord, Ambrose Vice Lord, Black Orpheus Vice Lord, Invisible Vice Lord, Maypool Vice Lord, Jackson Vice Lord, Rest in Peace Douglas Ridgeway Vice Lord, 12th Street Vice Lord, 15th Street Vice Lord, 16th Street Vice Lord, Village Vice Lord, the Player Vice Lord, and of course the Conservative Vice Lord, bringing the total to 26 different factions of Vice Lord created in 1964. All these groups operated individually, and many of them didn't even know who Alfonso Alva even was. There were now Vice Lord groups located in the near West Side community and living in the ABLA Project, Rockwell Garden Project, and the Henry Homer Homes. In the mid-1960s, the Vice Lord had settled alongside black migration in the Uptown neighborhood. The other big event of 1964 happened in July of that year when Edwin Perry Bobby Gore, Alfonso Alpha, Leonard, Calloway, and J.W. were hanging out on 16th Street, drinking bottles of wine and throwing the bottles into vacant lots in the street. Younger vice lords were coming around that night talking about smashing rival gangs. They were already beaten to a pulp. Some of those gangs were already asking for mercy to not take any more punishment, but there was nothing else to do in the neighborhood but to be big and bad. This is until the older guys came up with an idea based upon how they were seeing the destruction and damage they had caused in the community. The guys decided on an idea after some debating to go about opening legitimate businesses and working to better the community. This was a major breakthrough for the vice lord, and on that night they became conservative vice lord once again. Source, The Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. The first order of business was the vice lord to put a stop to the mayhem around them. Vice lord worked as mediators to stop violence and put an end to gang war. Vice lords even stopped fighting with the Egyptian Cobra, which allowed vice lords to move into the K-Town section of the North Lawndale neighborhood, west of Pulaski Road, and this allowed them mobility to move into the West Garfield Park community. Vice lord acted as kind of like police or guardian angels, watching over businesses and people in the neighborhood so harm would not come. The challenge of all this was the police still had a negative outlook on the vice lords, and young men still felt the despair of not having opportunity to succeed that still led them to crime. The vice lord knew the best thing they needed on the west side was its own economy with businesses they could invest in the community and bring employment for youth. This part of the city was barren and was a complete slum due to the extreme economic poverty. Without revenue generating businesses, not enough city tax dollars could go into renovations and maintenance to the neighborhood, leaving the area deteriorate. In the year 1965, George T. Sims Jr. was appointed commander of the Fillmore District and the first black commander of that district as well. The older vice lord used this appointment to their advantage to further their new direction. The vice lord leaders wanted to speak with Sims, informing him about their new direction and for suggestions to steer youth away from crime and gangbanging. After this, the streets of North Lawndale slowly began to improve. In the year 1966, the vice lord new call was bringing in more positive attention as they began to work very closely with Egyptian Cobras, Black P-Stone, and Black Disciples on bettering their community and putting an end to violence. In the summer of that year, Martin Luther King came to Chicago and stayed in North Lawndale to help protest during the West Side riots of 1966. Martin Luther King planned a march through the mostly white areas of the south side of Chicago in protest. The vice lord, Disciples, and Stone were ready to march alongside Dr. King, but after a remark was overheard from one of King's men that they didn't need gangbangers to help, Edwin Perry gave one quick signal with his hand, and all the gang dispersed and withdrew aid. Later that night, Dr. King summoned Edwin Perry, Bobby Gore, and a few other leaders to where he was staying and told them he didn't back their statement about not needing the gangs for support. Instead, he expressed that he needed them, and after that, the vice lord and their allies marched alongside Dr. King. After this march, the vice lord started to get major attention that summer as groups were coming to North Lawndale to speak to the vice lord and admire their progress. The Deacons of Defense, RAM, ACT as examples came to meet the vice lord, and this is what got the ball rolling. Everyone could come meet the vice lord at the new clubhouse that opened a little earlier that year at 3655 West 16th Street, 16th and Miller. The older vice lord scrapped all the money they got from hustling over the years and pooled it all together to open this pool room. This became the first legitimate conservative vice lord building in history, and it was made possible by vice lord member hard-earned money and not government grants. But the grants were soon to come. Source: A Nation of Law, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. Leading out the new year of 1967, Chicago area was sacked with a horrible snowstorm and blinding blizzard that left much of the city buried. This blizzard was so bad that cars couldn't even move about in the city, which provided a perfect lawless environment for young vice lord. In the mid-60s, older vice lord struggled to contain the younger lord, and this blizzard made it much worse. As now the young lords had a blast ripping off one store after another, stealing, looting, and burglarizing the Jewish-owned businesses. Some of the older vice lords even got in on the action. The problem with this was it drew negative attention to the vice lords and drove out more business owners out of the neighborhood even after the winter was over. This brought negative attention, but this negative attention turned into a positive as now Commander Sim was concerned that the summer of 1967 would become a repeat of the summer of 66. Commander Sim, he arranged a meeting with vice lord leaders to discuss how to prevent chaos. At this meeting will also be David Dawley from Newbury, Massachusetts of the Trans-Century Corporation, who was sent to 11 cities across the nation to investigate working with impoverished areas and conducting research. Dawley's research was key to the government's decision or other organizations linked to the government granting money to the vice lord. David Dawley moved to North Lawndale and lived on these streets among vice lords. Dawley interviewed vice lords all over the neighborhood and helped the CVL form Operation Bootstrap, which was a coalition of CVLs, Egyptian Cobras, and Roman Saints that were geared toward working with West Side major corporations to prevent riots that summer that would cost these companies millions of dollars. These companies bootstrap work with Sears Roebuck, Ryerson Steel, Illinois Bell, Western Electric, and others. During that summer, vice lords, Cobras, and Saints policed the neighborhood and broke up gang meetings and even stopped the Black Panthers from creating a plan to destroy businesses and began looting. There were challenges that summer and scandals rocked the city and the nation. They could have easily triggered more rioting, but the CVL-led Operation Bootstrap stopped the violence because they had a bigger plan in mind. Source: A Nation of Law, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. The conservative vice lord began to come to a full realization that burning down neighborhoods and fighting the white man was not the way to go anymore. From the years of 1958 to 1964, they violently revolted against society. But now the mindset had changed. Vice lord realized that fighting the government and white people only brought negative images to not only their organization but to the black man. It became time to show power in a different way by showing restraint and asking for help from the city and government. Vice lord wanted to see black-owned businesses, jobs for blacks, clean and safe streets, and they knew that violence was not the answer to achieving those goals. This is mostly long lost history that is buried and underpublished. A Nation of Laws is an excellent autobiography that tells the whole story about the full vice lord intention, but sadly most of the general public never picked up a copy of this book, so I will continue sharing highlights from the book, blended with my personal life, so you, as the reader, can really understand what the vice lord nation was really trying to accomplish here. I strongly recommend A Nation of the Lord, but I will cover some major highlights as I already have done so far. The Vice Lord struggle has often been in the same class as the Black Panther or even the Black Peace Stone, but this is different because the Vice Lord had the goal of fully working with the white man and the government, police itself, to get a helping hand to rebuild the North Londale community and create a sustainable economy. They were hoping this model would then spread to the rest of the black ghettos citywide, then eventually help all poor people of all colors. The ultimate failure rests upon the city and the mayor at the time. They didn't adhere enough to Vice Lord pleas for a system with change. Before the summer of 1967, Alderman George Collins promised that if the Vice Lord would keep riots off the streets that summer, he would help CVL open an ice cream parlor. As the summer progressed, not only did Vice Lord prevent rioting, they even set up divisions within themselves that dealt with education, law, order, and justice. On September 11, 1967, Alderman Collins lived up to his promise to incorporate CVL Incorporated as a non-profit organization, began opening up a storefront at 16th and Lawndale, which brought the opening of Teen Town later. Daily Dowling had just submitted his report in November to the Trans Central Corporate, which was a major piece to convince the federal government to give money to CVL Incorporated. Dave was then trying to get the Rockefeller Foundation to fund the $15,000 Teen Town needed to open, which should have been simply due to the fact it didn't need major committee approval. After several negotiations with the YMCA and Bootstrap, the money was at last granted in February of 1968, and Teen Town opened on April 4, 1968. YMCA acted as an auditor for all monies CVL will receive to make sure the gang used the money in the places they promised to use it. But CVL leaders needed to make it clear that the YMCA was not to get the money directly and then give it to CVL. Also, CVL wanted to assure that Bootstrap was a separate organization and not to get the funds either. Sadly, on the same day Teen Town opened and the big announcement was to go out, the assassination of Martin Luther King quickly stole the headlines and diverted attention away from this colossal moment. To make matters worse, rioting went on uncontrollably on the west side as everything burned. Vice Lord decided not to partake in the rioting as an organization, but they did nothing to stop it like they did in the summer of 1967. The store owners never showed any gratitude for the previous summer, so Vice Lord just stayed out and let it all burn while they protected Teen Town in the pool hall. Rioters only targeted white-owned businesses anyway, and after the riots, while business owners stopped doing business in the area, the Vice Lord opened a relief station right after the riots at 3720 West 16th Street to pass out food and supplies to hundreds of families affected by the riot. Source: A Nation of the Lord. Autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. In the aftermath of the riot, CVL sent letters to the mayor's office pleading for assistance with the transformation of the neighborhood and bringing more grants to help establish a fully functioning community. These letters were ignored by the mayor. Even though Mayor Daley was not on board, CVL still came across more grant money in the years of 1968 and 1969. Of course, the best form of help would have needed to come from the city itself, but for now, grants from several private and smaller federal programs will have to do. Grants came in from the Field Foundation for $25,000, $130,000 from the Ford Foundation, $36,000 from the Department of Labor, and $60,000 from W. Clement Stone. Source: CrimeSceneBlogspot.com. The money was used to open multiple legitimate companies and community centers. The businesses were Teen Town at 3700 West 16th Street, the African Line at 3702 West 16th Street. The House of Lords at 3724 West 16th Street, and one at 3414 West 15th Street. Art and Soul at 3742 West 16th Street. Tasty Freeze at 18th and Pulaski in California and Fernie. Simone, which was a business venture with Sammy Davis Jr. for African American women's beauty products. West Side Community Development Center. Management Training Institute. Street Academy. Tenants Rights Action Group. Art and Soul. Youth Organization United. Vice Lord took part in programs to beautify the neighborhood, rehabbing buildings, removing trash, and planting gardens. Vice Lord also became educated on tenants' rights, working on a non-for-profit basis as they successfully fought legal battles against crooked landlords, forcing landlords to provide better tenancy and to push back on unfair eviction. Vice Lord were also working to bring more employment within the community so people in the neighborhood didn't have to commute too far away. Places such as out in the suburbs, having employment locally could also provide more equal pay. Source, A Nation of Lord. I'm borrowing for the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. The late 1960s were also the time when Vice Lords started manifesting in multiple suburbs across the Chicagoland area as far north as Rockford and as far south as Robbins. Vice Lord also settled in the Austin neighborhood on the west side, which was an all-white community that was not happy to see black families move into the area. Many members of the white community of Austin reacted violently to blacks moving in, and older adults even sicked their kids on young black youth, ordering them to attack. Black youths could hardly move about the neighborhood without scores of white youth bullying them, especially the greaser gangs like the Gaylords, Playboys, Ventures, and Rice Boys. In 1968, Vice Lord arrived among the black families along Cicero Avenue and began recruitment in Austin so black youths could fight back against their attackers. A big blow to the Vice Lord was the convicting of CBL leader Bobby Gore on murder charges. In November 1969, Bobby Gore was taken away in handcuffs accused of murder. He then went through a very brief trial in early 1970, and as he was denied continuously. His case was also continued 3 times in the very early months of 1970 as it became very clear the justice system was eager to lock him up and not allow the defense to further investigate and prepare a stronger case. The system was completely set against Bobby, and he was convicted of murder, a murder conviction that would later be overturned in 1981. Source, A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Vice Lord continued to attempt positive change in the years of 1969 and 1973 as reports of members committing violent crime now began to take back over the newspaper in the early 1970s. CBL Incorporated still kept going and kept its charter in the early 70s. CBL also worked with Black P. Stone and Black Gangster Disciples with the LSD Coalition or Lower Stone Disciples. The LSD Coalition heavily advocated for employment rights for black Chicagoans until it ended in 1973. Between the years 1964 through 1969, the Vice Lord were mainly only in the newspaper for their positive leadership on the streets and the programs they were getting involved in. Only a few times were they in the negative spotlight during these years. The worst case was that of Edward Taylor, a CVL member convicted of murdering a nun in 1969. The execution of Vice Lord had started a murder for hire business in 1969 and his shoot with the Roman Saints in 1966, along with some other small story, was just about all that made the papers in the negative light in these years. Once Bobby Gore was convicted of murder and David Dawley moved back east and the spotlight was back on the Vice Lord, the Vice Lord began to engage in criminal behavior. Original member and co-founder Leonard Calloway was convicted of murder in 1970, taking down another CVL leader. In 1972, CVL leader Kenneth Gopard was convicted of possessing and using stolen U.S. Treasury checks, which was another conviction that really hurt CVL reputation. During the year 1972, the Vice Lord was still working with the Gypsy Cobra to prevent war, so there was still some positive action going on from CVL. CVL Incorporated was still active as of 1972. Many of the headlines of Vice Lord committing crimes and murders were carried out by other branches like Unknown Vice Lord, Traveling Vice Lord, and Cicero Vice Lord, but CVL violent crimes were much less as they still struggled to maintain order as the new heroin epidemic was beginning to take over the west side of Chicago in these years. Youths were beginning to partake in the heroin trade as they were putting money in the pockets of desperate west side youth, and as the influence of CVL Incorporated was slowly fading in the early 70s, more youth were getting involved in heroin. Conservative Vice Lords of North Londale did not involve themselves in the heroin trade, but the other branches of the overall Vice Lord nation were getting involved, and this was the years where distinction between the different factions became very important. In the year 1976, black migration increased in the West Humboldt Park community. Now black families were moving north to Chicago Avenue and west of Pulaski, putting black families closer to the Puerto Rican community. Racial rivalry between blacks and Puerto Ricans became intense, and several acts of violence were beginning along racial lines. At Orr High School by Chicago Avenue in Pulaski, there were several incidents of beatings after school. Hispanic gangs like Latin Kings often victimized groups of black youth, and now several other Hispanic gangs were moving to K-Town. In the bicentennial year, further intensifying racial conflict, black street gangs were mostly unsuccessful in Humboldt Park in the late 60s and early 70s years. During the mid-70s, there wasn't much protection offered from black street gangs in the community until the vice lords arrived in 1976. Conservative vice lords, unknown vice lords, traveling vice lords, and insane vice lord began moving into the area south of Chicago Avenue from Sacramento Boulevard to Pulaski Road. Vice lord also moved to Chicago Avenue to Division and from Pulaski to the tracks by Kenton. Vice lord became the largest defender of the black community. Vice lord would conflict with black gangster disciples that had always resided in the neighborhood, but vice lord had almost as equal of a conflict with Latin King. Vice lord would become a permanent part of the West Humboldt Park community over the past several decades and have become heavily invested in this neighborhood. This is how traveling vice lord, mafia insane vice lord, unknown vice lord, and conservative vice lord became so deep on these streets. If you were to stand at the intersection of Chicago Avenue and Pulaski, vice lord dominate the west and south from that intersection. As I stated before, the vice lords were mainly only in the media about their prison issues. What was not in the media was when the vice lord were key players in the creation of the People Alliance in Statesville Prison in April 1978. A labor strike was organized behind prison walls that were put together by black gangster disciples, Black P. Stone, L. Rukin, Mickey Cobra, Black Soul, and Vice Lord gang members. The Vice Lords and black gangster disciples were especially pivotal in this organization that became known as Folk and People. This assembly effectively reached white and Hispanic gangs and got them involved in a total sit down to refuse to do labor in the prison until rotten food stopped being served and there was overall better treatment for inmates. The stoppage protest must have been successful because it never made the news. The Folk and People Alliance were organized because these were allies and enemies that needed to be organized for this event. However, for this event, all the gangs in the prison became allies while this went down. The reason Folk and People need to be distinguished is so that they understood they were enemy alliances that were coming together for this common good. When the event was over, with Folk and People remained, however, a lasting impression was left that these alliances could always come together or negotiate peace and organize war. The L. Rukins, Black P. Stones, and Vice Lords have a deep history that dates to 1959 when Leonard Calloway and Bobby Gore helped their cousins Jeff Ford and Eugene Harrison organize themselves into Southside gang leaders that eventually created the Black P. Stone Nation. Now these organizations were coming back together to assemble the People Alliance, and the L. Rukins proposed the Vice Lord become part of the Islamic faith and adopt Islamic symbols and bylaws. With this being established, the Vice Lord and L. Rukins were able to assemble this alliance and represent the Islamic side of the People Alliance that Black P. Stones and Mickey Cobra would acknowledge as all is well. The People Alliance could also bring more peace within Vice Lord faction as there was some conflict among the factions. Yeah, I'm gonna stop right there. But I want to make sure I leave it on my video, because CBL Incorporated, Bootstrap, is going to be revitalized. It's coming back. See, the Nagamon Library and all that stupid gnosis nonsense, all that stuff you trying to make up some with your imagination, with this Gnostic mess trying to use violence as a method of persuading other people, you know, to listen to this Gnostic foolishness, trying to use violence. See, this is the reason why I tell OG, the Vice Lords, CBL, Vice Lords, see, when you talk about being in college or whatever, and when you talk about all this stuff, see, behavioral science, and also theology and religious studies. Now, Now, when it comes to behaviors, that's what I was looking at. Apologize. No. But when we talk about education, now, when we talk about criminology and criminal justice, criminology is the interdisciplinary study of crime and deviant behavior. Criminology is a multidisciplinary field in both behavioral and social sciences. So it is important to have knowledge of behavioral and social sciences. Criminology is a multidisciplinary field in both the behavioral and social sciences, which draws primarily upon the research of sociologists, political scientists, economists, legal sociologists, psychologists, philosophers, psychiatrists, social workers, biologists, social anthropologists, scholars of law and jurisprudence, as well as the process to define administration of justice and the criminal justice system. Criminal justice. Criminal justice is the delivery of justice to those who have been accused of committing crimes. The criminal justice system is a series of government agencies and institutions. Goals include the rehabilitation of offenders, preventing other crimes, and moral support for victims. The primary institutions of the criminal justice system are the police, prosecution, and defense lawyers, the courts, and the prison system. Now, the academic discipline. The functional study of criminal justice is at times distinct from criminology, which involves the study of crime as a social phenomenon, causes of crime, criminal behavior, and other aspects of crime. Although in most cases today, criminal justice as a field of study is used as a synonym for criminology and the sociology of law. It emerged as an academic discipline in the 1920s, beginning with Berkeley Police Chief August Vollmer, who established a criminal justice program at the University of California, Berkeley in 1916. Vollmer's work was carried on by his student, O.W. Wilson, who led efforts to professionalize police and reduce corruption. Other programs were established in the United States at Indiana University, Michigan State University, San Jose University, and the University of Washington. As of 1950, criminal justice students were estimated to number less than 1,000. Until the 1960s, the primary focus of criminal justice in the United States was on policing and police science. All right, let me read this little. Now, the history of academic criminology. Modern academic criminology had direct roots in the 19th century Italian school of criminal anthropology, which, according to the historian Mary Gibson, caused a radical refocusing of criminological discussion throughout Europe and the United States, from law to the criminal. While this Italian school was in turn attacked and partially supplanted in countries such as France by sociological theories of delinquency, they retained a new focus on the criminal. According to Gibson, the term criminology was most likely coined in 1885 by Italian law professor Raffaello as criminology. In the late 19th century, French anthropologist Paul Tupinard used the analogous French term criminology. Criminology grew substantially as a discipline in the first quarter of the 20th century, from 1900 through to 2000. This field of research underwent three significant phases in the United States. One, golden age of research, 1900 to 1930, which has been described as a multiple factor approach. Number 2, golden age of theory. 1930 and 1960, which endeavored to show the limits of systemically connecting criminological research to theory. And number 3, a 1960 to 2000 period, which was seen as a significant turning point for criminology. So, now I'm going to read this article. This is from the Chicago School of Professional Psychology. And criminology versus criminal justice. What's the difference? All right. And this is from March 18, 2021. Criminology and criminal justice are similar but different fields that can prepare you for a career in law enforcement. Learn the difference between them. If you want to further your academic studies and become qualified for career in law enforcement, you may have come across two similar sounding but distinct fields, criminology and criminal justice. To begin a career in law enforcement or the criminal justice system, you often must hold a degree in at least one of these fields. It can be confusing to distinguish between criminology and criminal justice. So here we'll outline the difference between each degree and the varying career paths associated with them. What is criminology? Criminology is a social science closely related to psychology and sociology, focused on the study of human behavior in relation to crimes and criminal behavior. The study of criminology also teaches you to understand the how, why, when, and where of crime. Criminologists use their specialized knowledge to develop policies and procedures that will help tackle and prevent crime. Numerous subfields and career paths within the field of criminology exist, including criminal profiling and forensic psychology. Career paths in criminology include police officer, criminal investigator, DEA agent, FBI agent, ATF agent, Homeland Security agent, CIA agent, victim advocate, researcher, probation or parole officer, corrections officer or classification officer, pretrial or diversion officer, reentry case manager. What is criminal justice? Criminal justice refers to the study and application of criminology. In other words, while criminologists are responsible for studying the thought process of criminals and offering solutions to address issues in crime, criminal justice enforces these solutions and is directly involved in the crimes themselves. Criminal justice students study the inner working of the justice and law enforcement system from its inception to its structures and role in society today. As a student of criminal justice, you prepare yourself to play a role in any of the numerous infrastructures and agencies involved in tackling crime and enforcing law. The criminal justice system is comprised of different departments and agencies that apply the solutions of criminology practice. Career paths in criminal justice include police officers, correctional officers, wardens, and detectives. Criminal justice versus criminology. Criminology and criminal justice may seem alike because the career paths in both fields sometimes overlap. For example, a detective can work both in the criminal justice system and as a criminologist. However, the difference between criminology and criminal justice plays out in a few ways. While criminal justice studies the law enforcement system and operates, criminology focuses on the sociological and psychological behaviors of criminals to determine why they commit crimes. Graduates of criminal justice programs will often pursue careers in law enforcement, while criminology may get jobs as investigators and analysts within the criminal justice system. Degrees in criminology versus criminal justice. Confusion often occurs as students are considering which degrees to pursue. Getting a criminology degree can lead to a wider range of careers in the private sector, law enforcement, and criminal justice. As a criminology graduate, you can play a huge role in helping the government and law enforcement agencies study criminals, analyze crimes, and work to predict and prevent crime in your community and beyond. The Chicago School of Professional Psychology offers a 4-year BA in criminology program that also covers criminal justice in its curriculum, preparing students to take on careers in law enforcement. To learn more about this program in criminology, so it's important to know, to have knowledge of behavior science, social science. It's very important to be knowledgeable on behavior science and social science. As you can see, criminology and criminal justice. It's important to be knowledgeable in theology and religious studies. It's important to be knowledgeable. What time is it? All right. See, this is the reason why I was saying, when you talk about the Federal Bureau of Investigation, ATF, and all these different CIA and all these government federal, you got to have a degree, and most likely they got a criminology degree to get a job. But you have, on the other hand, to be a police officer. Now, don't make it sound like you got to have, because you don't. It's not required. It could help you, yeah, of course. Have a social degree or bachelor degree in criminal justice, yeah. You can be a correctional officer, yeah, a police officer, work for the sheriff department or the highway patrol, yeah. But as you can see, the FBI, the ATF, the DEA, all them federal, CIA, all them federal people, you got to have a bachelor's degree, master's degree, PhD. So when you talk to people, they know what you're talking about. They know what you're talking about. Western esoteric, they know what you're talking about. Exoteric. Esoteric. They know what you're talking about. Now the damn sheriff department over there, they don't know what the hell you talking about. Talking about some gnosis. Because all they got is a GED. Over there at the state trooper's office, they don't know what you're talking about. Now the DEA agent talking about all that heroin trafficking in Chicago. The DEA agent, yeah, they know. They know what you're talking about. They familiar. The FBI, they know what you're talking about. Talking about some demiurge. They know what you're talking about. See, that's the difference. See, somebody that has more knowledge than somebody else in law enforcement. And see, they be out in the damn community when they not at work. See, them be the same damn bastards that be out here in the street in the community perpetrating all these damn crimes. All right. What time is it? Okay. So, OG, CDL, Vice Lord. See, CVL Incorporated, Bootstrap is going to be revitalized. It's going to be revitalized. You know? It's coming back. Just like the old head said, pool all the resources together and start legitimate businesses. Legitimate business. You know, OG, man, I was hearing all these nicknames like Evan Pepperlow, period, Evan Pep, period, and Kyle, Sloop, Toehold, and all them. Now I thought about, back in the day, OG, man, we all familiar with Good Times and everything. And JJ had a nickname. He was James Jr. because he was JJ. And people. What was the Superintendent Bookman? He had that Booger. He had a nickname. And it was an episode of Good Time. There was a guy on there. He was in the game. Mad Dog. He had a nickname. Mad Dog. You know. He was a tough guy. That's the reason why they called him Mad Dog. That's the reason why he had the nickname Mad Dog. Because on the streets of Chicago, in his gang, as well as the other gang, he had a nickname, Mad Dog. You know? And so, I was thinking about nicknames, you know? OG. Some of these nicknames, you know. Shotgun. Yeah, that guy, he got a tough, he's tough. He got a nickname Shotgun. He go around shooting people with shotgun. Yeah. You gotta to be in the streets, you gotta have that nickname, you gotta have that name. But sometimes OG, man, in this day and time, some of the people have nicknames. Some of these cartoon characters and stuff. Pokemon. Even some of the girls got a nickname, Pikachu. I don't know. I don't know what that implies or what you mean. But he had nicknames and stuff. What people call you. And had thought about a few nicknames and everything. Oh man, it's this funny, man. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy. And oh boy. But their nickname, they just defines your character. They just, what I'm saying? It symbolizes you as a person. Just like on Good Time, they got Mad Dog. He was the leader of the gang. He was like a mad dog. Crazy. Even the people in his own gang didn't fool with him. One of the little guys got shot and killed out there. Mad Dog ready to go retaliate on the enemies, on the other gang and everything. Well, he's crazy, man. And so I was thinking about OG, man. I was thinking about some nicknames. Like I said, Shotgun. Man, this guy here is crazy. He go around killing people with shotguns, and some of the victims they already dead. They don't nobody want to get shot with no shotguns. So this guy here, he got to be crazy, And some of the other names, Nitro. This guy here, he's so daggone crazy. They call him Nitro. Because he just blow up something. He'll blow up. Man. But, yeah, I just think about Rooster. But see, you don't understand the whole concept of Rooster. See, if you seen some cockfighting, what do a cockfighting? It be some roosters out there fighting, and they usually fight to the death. But when you see a rooster though, he be out there in the hen house. He got all these damn hens, and I thought about it. I was like, that's like a cool nickname. You know what I'm saying? You got to be knowledgeable. Because, he's strutting around out there in the yard out there. He got his tail and everything. He ain't bad looking. The rooster ain't bad looking. Then, like I said, he got all the women up in the hen house. All these little chicks, they all here. I was like, that sounds like a cool nickname, Rooster. Man, let me move on, man. Let me move on, man. Oh, man. Before I end, I got to go over and check the newspaper. Man, you know what? On the news, guess who got indicted? Finna be indicted down in Georgia. Guess who? Guess. Wild guess. Now, if I come down to the grand jury, I'm gonna have to go over there to Suits You and get me a new suit and some brand new Stacey Adams. Testify at the grand jury. I'm coming over there. Testify at the grand jury about something. Let me see. But like I said, man, hey, somebody finna be indicted again in Georgia, and then they were saying something about Michigan. There was some more people in Michigan, not just Donald Trump, but there was some people in the state of Michigan being indicted for the election. And so, former President Donald Trump, he finna be indicted again down in Georgia. Got somebody been subpoenaed, and somebody finna testify in Georgia. But the thing about it, man, again, this is what happened. They got him on tape. In Georgia, calling down Georgia from the White House. That's what it's about. Down in Georgia, President Trump got him on tape, calling down to Georgia, telling the people in Georgia to do something about that election in Georgia. Yep, they sure said it. And they got him on tape. And now they throwing this stuff around talking about what if Donald Trump still run for public office, and then talking about he win, and then he get himself, clemency. He just wipe out the whole conviction and just completely tell the people at the Justice Department not, you know what I'm saying? And then talking about down in Georgia, talking about even if, what if he ran for president and win, the stuff they doing down in Georgia. This, because that's in the state. You know? And then they still got, you finna go to court about this January 6th stuff. And the judge already telling them that in January it's gonna be a trial. Now they got evidence on January 6th. And you trying to throw all this, talking about it ain't fair. And then on the other hand, the Democrats got all this stuff about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And all this about Joe Biden pro, they trying to dig up all kind of stuff. And so, and then again, Donald Trump, even on that January 6th, he still got this stuff going down in Florida with this Mar-a-Lago, and again, they got him on tape. They got him on tape. Evidence. But it ain't fair. That ain't fair. Here it is, you're a billionaire. I mean, you can afford all these attorneys and lawyers and everything. You trying to tell everybody it ain't fair. You done paid hush money to your wife, cheating on your wife. And, there's one thing, to have an extramarital affair. That's one thing. But then to try to cover it up, being elected, trying to cover it up, being an elected official. You try to cover it up. So you try to pay a bribe to the woman to cover it up. I guess that wasn't fair either. It just come a time when you had to just see, man, that this ain't about being fair. This about some stuff that you actually done. And you just trying to cover it up, man. You just trying to get away with it. Because I can't see, when you say something that's not fair, it's just like Bobby Gore. I'm just going to have to go and say it. When they put Bobby Gore in jail, that's unfair. This man ain't committed no crime, period. That's unfair. That's unjust. No crime of whatsoever. Bobby Gore did not commit any crime and got thrown in prison for 10 years. That's unfair. That's unjust. This man, based upon the evidence, committed a crime. And you gonna claim that it's unfair because the Justice Department dug it up and got the evidence. That's unfair. No, it's not. God damn it, that's what the Justice Department supposed to do. That's the reason why they call it the Justice Department. That's the reason why the taxpayer pay the FBI to investigate. That's the reason why they call it the Federal Bureau of Investigation. To investigate. It don't make no difference about no Democrats, no Republicans. That's what the Justice Department does. That's what the taxpayer paying you to do. And they went and got the evidence. And you got the nerve to say it was unfair. No, it's not unfair. No, you can't say that. Now they're down in Georgia. They got this man on tape telling these people down in Georgia to do something about the damn election. He didn't win. Man, that don't, no, that, you can't say that's unfair. You can't say that. Hell, we can keep on, we ain't just got to bring up Bobby Gore. Hell, he ain't the only one. There's a whole lot of things about that could be unfair. But not no damn Donald Trump and the FBI went down to Mar-a-Lago and got some tapes with him being on tape. That's not being unfair. That's doing your damn job. That's doing your job. Hell. That's just like the DEA. They doing their job. Hell, down at the border, down in Texas, in Arizona, New Mexico, and California, the Border Patrol, they doing their job. See, this what we finna, that what need to be stressed. When the government does their job, they doing their job. God damn it, just like the Border Patrol doing their job, that's what the FBI did. They did their job. What's unfair is for you to sit up on television and keep throwing this mess around. That's what's unfair. What's unfair is that you keep putting this guy out here while other candidates are continuing to campaign and you got this guy out here. That was unfair. That was unfair. But not because the Justice Department doing their job. No, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't never say that. You can't never say that the FBI doing their job, that's unfair. Hell no. No. You got caught. You gonna say it's unfair because you got caught. Man, come on, man. You can't go there. You can't do that. Can't nobody do that. Because you got caught is unfair. That's what you trying to say. Because they got the evidence on you. It's unfair. You can't get away with that, man. Because that's unfair. That's unfair. You got the audacity to sit up here and whine because you got caught. And now you're going to throw out some kind of defense. It's unfair. You still ain't challenged the evidence, but you just going to sit around and just keep throwing it. I'm being, it's unfair because what? Man, go to jail. Go to jail. Go to jail. Pay your debt to the society. You just a criminal, man. That's all there is to it. You just one of these guys that got a lot of money, and then you sitting up here trying to get out of it. Man, I'm about ready to get in my video here. It's almost 2 o'clock. Let me read this newspaper. But man, I just had, you know what I'm saying? This every day with this Trump stuff. And then the only thing, not necessarily that you be wanting to pay attention to it, but it's just constantly. And then all you hear is just whining because you got caught. You got caught. You had blatant disregard for the law. And you got caught on tape for running your mouth. You ain't got sense enough not to talk on tape. Hell, who in the hell government does that? After Watergate, who the hell gonna get caught on tape or on video. Who gonna get caught like that? Right now I'm looking at the TASS, Russian news agency. Let me click over here. Well, the Russians are fighting. The Russians are fighting. I'm glancing at the, basically there ain't been no change. The so-called counteroffensive. So that's basically what I'm saying. It really ain't been no change. I mean, it's the Russians are fighting. That's what I'm saying. And irregardless of this counteroffensive, the Russians are fighting. Alright, I'm finna get ready to end today's video. esoteric, and exoteric. Esoteric and exoteric. Esoteric. Break it down to syllables. Esoteric. Esoteric. Break it down to syllables. Esoteric. Exoteric. Break it down to syllables. Exoteric. Exoteric. Break it down to syllables. Exoteric. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Always thank God for all the blessings and the guys that God provides always. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God. And pray for all these natural disasters that are happening You know, they're occurring more often. You know, and more diverse. You know, not just tornadoes. You know, or floods or anything, but hurricanes or things like this. The wildfires are just, you know, all over the United States. Wildfires at different times of the year. You know, in different locations. You know, and then we got the heat. This year have been, you know, the heat, and so the natural disasters, you know, they're occurring more often, and trying to respond. Sometimes, you know, the response can't, you know, sometimes it's just nothing else can be done. It's a natural disaster, a tornado, hurricanes, floods, blizzards, wildfires. It's a variety of natural, you know, earthquake could possibly, you know, at any time. And so we, you know, just continue to pray to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God. And again, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, Sheridan, state of Tennessee. Thank all my family, my support for your continued encouragement support. And until next time, take care of yourself, wish each and every one of you the very best.